Good morning, guys. Such market crash, such downs. How could you say that about Dork's market crash? He did a really good job, okay? We'll hang his market crash up on the fridge. Everything will be fine. They are shorting the ever-loving fuck out of VIX right now. EPM rising up, pretty juicy. Yeah, EPM keeps gaining some ground. Papa, you were right about NVIDIA. I'm sorry for trying to think for myself. Holy shit. How's the market going up right now? That seems unrealistic. Ban Dork? That's mean. So we'll likely trade between 54.50, 75, like 55, 75. We'll see if it lasts. Although Dow and Russell are outperforming NQ by quite a bit today, the drop in NQ seems to be entirely NVIDIA. Hmm. Maybe 78. Let's see where upside resistance is. Yeah, right around 80. This VN moved up here. VN is at like 78 something now. The hell was it at? $78.24. There we go. All right. Spurgeon's still breaking down a bit. Yield curve's kind of flat, but the dollar pulled back with the EU bond auctions this morning. Let's see. Oh, Goolsby's speaking. Spoke. Economy outside of inflation data is showing signs of cooling. We have to consider restrictiveness versus other economies. I'm hopeful the Fed will get more confident that inflation is heading back to 2%. I'm optimistic we'll see improvements in inflation data. Fed policy is restrictive. That's a big statement. ICE is launching a U.S. Treasury clearing service to increase transparency and enhance resilience in the U.S. Treasury market. Sure about that? French election is this Sunday? All right. Interesting. Forward yield on volatility has moved up to negative 7.2. VIX, cash VIX correlation is still positive and moving more positive. ICE, the immigration chaps? No, Intercontinental Exchange. Not the immigration chaps. Simplong Jan 2P2C are almost 3-to-1 leverage. Good entry. Doesn't sound too bad. Gravy down a little bit this morning. Can you check out Tesla? She's running this morning. See, they got deliveries coming out next week. Yeah, up a little bit, but kind of at the top of the call positioning here. There's really not a ton of bullish positioning on Tesla right now. Some might pick up today with the move higher, but yeah, 190 above 190 is pretty restrictive. Not a lot of interest at 192, 195. Although, yeah, it could pick up. There's still a big chunk of calls out at 200 that are a bit further dated. Still a shitload of puts, but as long as it's above gamma neutral, not really bearish. I think the EU. Oop, there's a breakout. I think the EU tariffs on Chinese vehicles are probably helping them out a bit today. Or the, you know, commentary surrounding them at least. Where is Dork? Show yourself. He's still asleep as far as I can tell. Really get Gex levels, are you primarily focusing on the 0 DT for SPX or all contracts less than 3 DTE? I look at both. I usually look at the Friday expiration, the next OPEX, like everything up until the next OPEX expiration, and then everything on the chain. VN on SPX is the orange line right here. Gotta make it yellow. There you go. It's a down channel after a big drop, a sign of reversal in the near future. Do you want to, I don't know, send me a picture of it? No. Technical analysis doesn't predict the future. Thoughts on IWM? Above my risk, which I need to move over here. 201.38. Although, looks like it could fall back below it. Hasn't yet. This is a pretty interesting bounce. This is like Thursday's high. Close to Thursday's high. Not Thursday morning's high, though. Thursday morning's high was what? 55.05. This is the trend test on SPX. Still a bit short on ES though. ES 55.50. We see how options interest is looking to the upside of this. Picked up a bit. Holy shit, EPAM options went up a lot today. Is it at 190 yet? No. Getting there though. What a nice reversal. What part of the market crash is it when things rip? I don't know. Ask Dork. Actually, that's a pretty frequent part of market crashes if you've ever traded one. But the market has not crashed. Possible for Beyond to lose its gains and get a better entry. No, Beyond actually looked like it wasn't going to go much lower. I think today is reinforcing that. Although it's still not on reg show. So I don't know if I really give a shit. Right? Yeah, no, it's not on reg show. That is confusing as shit, though. There's a company on Reg called BCAN, which is BYND Canasoft Enterprises. Awesome. Is this what a crash looks like? Again, talk to Dork. Can you please tell Dork to stop using inverted charts when he makes his predictions? It was JFresh, not Dork. No, I'm pretty sure it was Dork. Which is why he's not waking up today. What the fuck is this? Is this NQ? Oh, this is from Snickers. What was the question? I don't remember the question. Dork insisted on receiving all of the credit for this market crash. It's true. Dork's crashes are as scary as me threatening you in boat shoes. I think what we did was, as a group, we pressured Dork into continuing with his market crash prediction by spending the entire week gaslighting him and trying to turn it into JFresh's prediction. So let's not be too harsh, all right? They have some calls up here. I don't know if they're going to rescue them or not. Things get a bit tricky when we're over 54.78. There's quite a lot of puts here that the MM is now long, right? Also, NVIDIA looks like a bag of shit today. It's trying to reverse off its low, but it doesn't look very strong. AMD's having a bit of a rough go. How's Apple doing? Hmm. Microsoft got above 451. Looks like everything just came in and pumped the fuck out of tech. A little bit of breadth in Dow, although I'm not sure from what. Decent performance in mid and small caps, which should be good for GME. Although retail's not really doing that great. It's like Meta moved up pretty hard today. Ooh, the financial sector is doing quite well. That's fun. When do we have bank earnings? Next week? That's amazing, Bob. Hold on, I need to save that. I'm gonna put that in my JFresh file. Excellent. Is it because all the banks are about to show their resilience with the stress test? No. I mean, I'm assuming it's largely because the dollar is dropping on the strength in euro and the pound this morning. Although that has barely reversed anything. The euro did bounce off of its like 6 month low though. Bitcoin's dropping hard. I wonder how reserves are looking. You know what? Let's just look at on RRP. Overnight reverse repurchase. Hmm. Repo's turning around maybe a little bit, but not quite. Jimmy's still struggling with $24. That's a head and shoulders. Beyond's just having a little bit of an OPEX. Huh. That's kind of a nice move. Where's gamma neutral? Gamma neutral's at 13. Delta neutral's at 9. No, it's not that bullish. Alright. So gamma's still negative here. If it gets above 830. Hold on. $9.11. Interesting. Is selling call spreads up here risky? I don't know. How far out of the money are you thinking? How can you guys tell that this is clearly a monumental market crash? You know what gave it away for me? It was the intraday drop on VIX of 60 cents. At the money? Mm, I don't know. See, yeah, you can rely. You're trying to rely on Vega neutral as a boundary, but Vega neutral can move quite a lot, right? And also we have a bunch of puts falling off on Friday, and that could shift Vega neutral higher through the intraday. Are you back to the VIX straddles printing? You mean weekend long VIX? I haven't played it, but I definitely should have played it this weekend because it rocketed. Yeah, it's not a straddle. It's just long VX into the weekend. I'm well aware that SLB is doing good. Did you see EPAM this morning? EPAM's crushing it too. I still need SLB back above 50. Meta Tesla pumps running on fumes. Eh, I mean, Meta got back above 500, which is where it has the majority of its support. So that's kind of good for it. I don't know how much higher that's going to get than 500. And then Tesla kind of runs out of interest as it approaches 90. Dork's prediction did look pretty fun for a second last night, though. When ES just dumped 30 BPS. Less fun when it turned around. Is EPAM's proverbial fuse looking pretty lit? I mean, kinda, right? It's doing good. I'd like to see it get back above 190. Still got a little ways to go. Show what to you, Greg? Dork's prediction? Gladly. He did give himself till tomorrow for the big drop. But it still requires that we close below monthly GN today. Which we damn near just bounced off of this morning. Actually, futures did bounce off it. The data I used was June OPEX equals market crash. COVID didn't even drop that hard. The first week, no. It dropped pretty hard though. Let's see. Yeah, it did. So Monday we opened down 3%. And then by that Friday, we were down 12.5%. And I think Dork's, as ridiculous as it is 12.5%. So it's not outside of the historic possible move. Does Dork even play StarCraft? Oh man. Poor Dork. This is what you get. Hmm. That's interesting. Dork lost me the down payment on my home. No, he didn't. You were never going to buy a home. We all know how much debt you have. You see, my predictions are grounded in reality. Down payment on a mobile camper. Ooh, hold on. Things are getting interesting here. Uh, well, they sold the MM2 long puts again. If we lose 70, we start to slide back down into them. Some stability at like 70, 65. What's the low on this? 73. It's a strong bounce. Hmm. 55.27. Both of the prior breakouts failed. It's pretty interesting if this bounce fails. It looks like QQQ is getting rejected off of VWAP. God damn it. Beyond's running a little bit. Got a little bit of a bounce today. It's still below gamma neutral and it's not on reg show, so the bounce might not matter much. It doesn't look like there's a ton of covering. Possibly it's just a little bit of positive pressure from Russell. I bought more AVGO puts. Nice. My NVIDIA 100p weekly is going to print. Apple and AVGO announced they're in talks to make a chip together. Does anyone care? When? Do you ever see Jake Long, the American Dragon, around New York City? No? What kind of question? I don't even know who that is. Isn't that a cartoon? Uh, yes. Oh, okay. AVGO puts make SPX contracts look cheap. You're just not looking at SPX contracts for this Friday. I still don't know if Carvana has much interest above 120. Gamma Max is still like 117. Nah, yeah. It's still not building up any calls above 120. It could test 120, which is about the same as it was last week. Be interesting to see if this gets a lower high here. Very bouncy. So we rejected off of the retest on the trend. Curious. Or we gotta go a little bit higher. Which is 54.7824. RSP is up 42 points. NASDAQ is still down 40 points. Yeah, I guess we'll see if this forms a higher low here, or a lower high, rather. Well, either one. NASDAQ still looks pretty weak. Have you ever had IWM as a pickles pick and it not print like 2 to 10x? I think that one time I went long on the shorts getting squeezed at 200, and then it failed. Like it failed the 200 test. That one didn't work out very well because it dropped back to like 195 the same day. Didn't lose any money on that one, but I mean, usually it's pretty obedient to its options positioning. Okay, that's a lower high. Interesting. Overselling puts. I guess that's a good sign. When you say chop, I hear scalp. Is this accurate? Not always. Sometimes you don't have enough vol to scalp. Kind of hard to scalp like $2 and $3 moves. At least on SPX. You can do it on futures. There's really too much slippage on SPX contracts. Speaking of IWM, is it time for an entry? Where did it go? Not yet. Alright, so 70 should be supportive to the downside. $73 was supportive previously. And NASDAQ is not strong. It's a lower low. Be some very squeezy puts if we lose 54.70. The video broke through 120. I knew the Nvidia bulls were too bullish this week. I can't wait for all the bulls to say this is just healthy rotation. Also, what if it is? What the fuck could they possibly put $3 trillion into? That's the question, right? Where do you rotate 50% of the fucking S&P? Well, if it goes into bonds, the market's gonna crash NW. Tootsie Roll and penny stocks. Let's see. Yeah, dispersion is breaking down really, really fast. Well, 1 month isn't breaking down so much. It's breaking down a little, right? But 3 month is just collapsing, which is, it's not bullish. GME breaking up really, really fast. I still don't care unless it gets above $25. Also, ARB resolved already, largely. Hmm. Forward yield on volatility is sneaking up too. Yields are flat. Dollar's moving back up a little bit. Looks like dollar found a bounce. Oil's up today. Gold's up again. Ooh, gold looks nice. Hmm. Time to go long gold again. So Delta turns negative at around 54.73. Charm is currently negative. Delta and Gamma are still just a bit positive. So this is like the flip point for Delta. Like right here. That spot. DNGN on SMCI? Give me a second. I'll pull it up. 850 for gamma neutral, 803 for delta neutral. Bounce. Oh, that's the 68 test. It's a bit odd. If it fails to regain 70, continuation, maybe? Let me see how this looks now. Quite a lot of puts at 65. But that's also going to be supportive. Yeah, if we lose 65, yeah. I'd rather say if we lose 60, we could test 30. There's a decent number of out of the money puts coming in. JFresh's market crash is finally here. What would you do with your EPAM if the market crashes? Just sell it? Managed a multiple option position on the downside action. Made 10% of my port. I'm done for the day. Nice, dude. Well done. Nothing is stopping Jensen train. Choo choo. The Jensen train looks like it's derailing. I was prepared for the downside action. Lost 20% of my port. Can I get a shout out? Wait. You what happened? Thanks. That made it all okay. 10% my port. It's time for the day. I learned it all from watching the stream. Thanks, dude. How does one summon a JFresh market crash? I don't know. Just put on sunglasses when you're sitting in front of your computer. Intraday gaps important on single stocks. Are they only really relevant on major indexes? I don't know. It depends on how close to spot it is. Probably depends on how active the MM is on the stock. If it's got a pretty thin options chain, you'd kind of expect the stock to just be gappy anyway. If it's fairly liquid, then they probably matter a little more psychologically. They don't matter they don't matter mechanically. There's no mechanical necessity to fill gaps, right? There's just a psychological one. The closest reason to a mechanical reason for to fill a gap would be that the MM is overholding a chunk of their hedge, which I mean should be relatively rare. Breadth is up a little bit today, but I'm not sure it's gonna hold. NQ's down quite hard. UGI is having a day. Yes, it is. It's doing quite well for itself. Unfortunately, so's the other stack that I haven't gotten to write up yet. I'll try to write that up tonight. I think I found. That's just mean, Crypto. How far could Nvidia dump? Um, that's a good question. I mean, under 110. There's a little bit of support at 115, but not very much. It's probably more likely to stick to 120. Although 120 isn't a very strong support either. Just has more OI. I think if it loses like 117, it can probably drop as far as like 110. Can you explain what breadth means? I mean, breadth is used to determine like the overall strength of index moves. So it provides a sense of how wide or narrow a move is, right? Like if you have like 8 stocks in the S&P 500 driving, 50% of the returns, that would be very narrow breadth, right? And if you have 300 stocks driving 80% of returns, that would be very wide. And wide breadth is considered bullish, like a strong market. Whereas narrow breadth would be considered weak, because it's not being supported by the rest of the index. So it's kind of an idea of gauge. It gives an idea of how to gauge the strength of market movements and if they are healthy and sustainable or they are weak, and could easily collapse. All the NVIDIA employees are retiring at the same time. Yeah, it's like a big problem. All of their senior engineers are just jumping ship. Everybody's worth like 25 million or more now, and they're like, I'm gonna retire. My brain thinking that ES Mini is sort of like SPX 5 to 10 minutes before. No, not at all. They track 1 to 1, tick by tick. Sometimes there's a little bit of arbitrage between the two of them, but it's very rare and it does not last long. Lower high before downs. Maybe. This is a bit of a better reversal. Although, yeah, I kind of agree that the same problems still exist with getting additional upside from this point because they've already sold too many puts today. But I did kind of try to warn what that could mean, right? That could mean that we get stuck here also. Like above 78, the MM goes long the puts, but under 78, they can shed them, which can lead to us just being fucking sideways and like end up consolidating as more and more of the interest falls off. And that would suck, but it's a very likely outcome. And honestly, if that happens and we don't fail, that's probably a big win for the Bulls, right? They're on the back leg here with all of the delta falling off. Why do they call them futures if they don't show the future? They're supposed to be the future. You're betting on the future price. If we start falling through those pits, do they get squeezy? Yeah, they do. Well, they sold a shitload of them this morning, right? On the initial bounce. So, like right here. So if we could lose like 67 down to 63, like that range, um, could trigger like a squeeze of the short puts that were sold this morning. And those are from like 55 all the way down to like 30. We are picking up a little bit of realized volatility, right? On the downside moves. So it's, it's possible a rejection here pushes further into that, right? Gork Tua, what's the top on SLB? Uh, I don't know. My leaps are up. Today's been good. Um, hmm. I don't know. How much time do you have? Because a lot of the out of the money positions kind of longer dated. But getting clear of that, like that fucking massive put wall at 45 was huge. I have 3 weeks and $2 in the money. So you have like July. Um, yeah, I don't know how much higher it's gonna go for July. If it breaks out above 47.50, I guess maybe a 50 test. Oil still looks pretty good. Well, I mean, yeah, but a break of 75 puts a whole bunch of the like the August and the well, it puts a whole bunch of August calls in the money. And it puts a whole bunch of September, November puts out of the money. So I think it's a fairly important level. Even if like the call side interest doesn't support the move, like having those puts go out of the money could drive more price action. I mean, I think the better question here is how much does the options interest matter for SLB, right? I feel like it's something that's far more driven by active fund buying than it is by its options chain. Yeah. What level would you look at packs for a reversal? I actually just bought some. Um, 12 could be nice. 12's pretty close to its all-time low, which I think prior to this was like 12.25. But I would say that packs could slump a little bit more because they've been doing so much acquisition lately, which might weigh on their upcoming earnings a bit. Volatility's really getting crushed out here. We probably did get the top on this bounce, though. Looks like momentum's weakening. Maybe on multiple time frames. Yeah. Pax is kind of nice right here, though. Yield on cost is like 8.5%. And I really don't think they're gonna touch their payout ratio until they bump their EPS up more. Also, in the back half of the year, as all of those new real estate acquisitions start to generate some profits, that'll probably be really good for their balance sheet. Is this consolidation or another drop? We'll see. So, like, if we get a new lower low, right? That's gonna confirm a consistent rise in the realized vol. If it stabilizes here, that should tell you everything you need to know about it, whether it's consolidation or not. So we'd be looking out here, down at like 67, 65 for another test. Here, I could just draw it. Oh, we could just do it like this. Prior breakout doesn't matter if it fails. Like we're getting more vol shorting here, but that's dangerous, right? Because we're above VN. Oh, that's what I needed to check. Hmm. Hmm. What are your favorite stock or market movies? People may not know. I liked Margin Call. Really? Margin Call's one of the worst movies ever made. I feel like you're fucking with me. Even Kevin Spacey's bad in it. Here's the plot of Margin Call. Guys, if this thing goes down a lot, we lose everything. Other guy, sell the stuff. The end. It's such a bad fucking movie. Kevin Spacey isn't bad in anything. You've clearly never met him at a private party. Yeah, The Big Short was actually a pretty good movie. But he wants some unknown ones, right? I feel like Boiler Room everyone's seen. Boiler Room's amazing. Arbitrage with Richard Gere. Rogue Trader with Obi-Wan Kenobi. There was a movie I saw with like George Clooney that was kind of stock market related. I forget what it was fucking called. It was like George Clooney and Julia Roberts, but she wasn't a hooker this time. Dork's favorite stock market movie is Pie. That movie was not good. More that it just didn't age well, right? I mean, the dude's building a supercomputer that's like the equivalent of a compact Presario 300. Money Monster? Yeah, I think that was it. Not Mean Girls. Be right back, Trap and Hang. I don't really like to watch the stock market movies. When you distill financial markets down for the unwashed masses, it usually ends up lacking the good stuff, which is sad too, because if you have an inkling of understanding, there's some great drama and stories there, right? Yeah, I've still never watched Billions. Everyone was trying to get me to watch that for the longest time, and then I stopped hearing about it, so I assumed it just got worse. I do hate Margin Call. He said he liked Margin Call. I fucking that's like one of my least favorite movies that anybody's ever made. It's so fucking dumb. Wolf of Wall Street everyone's heard of though. He wanted weird movies that nobody's heard of. I think there was a movie about like high frequency trading too that was really badly implemented. Other People's Money with Danny DeVito. It's about Gregory Peck whoring out his daughter to Danny DeVito, and it's amazing. You know what I've never seen? I think it was like last day of Lehman Brothers. I heard it wasn't very good, but it had James Cromwell in it, and I was hoping at some point he would like look at an intern or a desk guy and be like, "That'll do, pig. That'll do." Bruh, I know, right? James Cromwell was a Chad. I love big oil. EPM gooning, what do? Nothing? The China Hustle was a good movie for like a documentary. I like watching Betting on Zero because it's funny to see Bill Ackman get blown up. The Enron documentary is pretty good. Trader, but it's really old. And it's got way too much Elliott Wave in it. Oh, shit. They made a movie about like the Nick Leeson, the guy who brought down Bearings. That's what the movie Rogue Trader is about, but there's a documentary about it too. Dumb Money? That movie was terrible. I thought Tron was about the stock market. That's part of the reason I didn't go see it. There was a cool documentary about the uh like the head of the CFTC that was trying to warn everybody before the '08 crisis. I don't remember the name of it. I would wait to confirm the downside. Part of the problem with that entry is it's above that 201.38. Brooks Lee Born, Brooks Lee Born, I think was the name. Let me look. She was Yeah, she was the head of the CFTC at the time. Um, and she was trying to get tighter regulations in place before the crash happened, and nobody listened to her. To be fair, I mean, like, one thing that you'll notice if you start looking into like stock market history a bunch is that everybody who ever warned anybody about anything was always ignored, right? That's the real story of the American stock market, is that all valid warnings are completely ignored until it's too late. Is DuckTales a documentary on Ken Griffin? The Warning? Frontline PBS. Okay, yeah, that might be it. That sounds right. Why would the market be rational and financially conservative when hedging instruments exist? And there's a fortune to be made gambling every day. Valid. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Epsilon Theory website. I've heard of it before. I don't know that much about it. All I need is Peruvian Bull's milkshake theory on audiobook. Peruvian Bull had nothing to do with milkshake theory. That was Brent Johnson. What kind of things do you look for when looking for iron condor butterfly opportunities in a stock? Just flat? I mean, both of those strategies tend to benefit from lower implied volatility, or at least lower realized volatility. IV crush can be a very good time depending on the stock. IV crush can be a very good time to set up condors or butterflies, especially if IV's crushing around like a specific strike. So like a strong supportive strike and IV crush. GME is a good example of that right now. Right, you have like the $20 strike is where all the open interest is, right? And then realized vol is going to, well, implied volatility is declining really rapidly, right? And so price movement out here is likely to condense around that strike over time. My theory is it brings all the boys to my yard. I fucking hate Peruvian bull so much. I hate really anybody who goes on Super Stonk and espouses wild and insane shit and then tries to use it as a platform for their fucking social media presence and or book sales of their Reddit post. How will asset prices ever go down if the entire market, participants, and Fed is built upon it not happening? Because in an effort to prevent it from happening, they actually create more risk. And it's not built upon it not happening. There's a lot that was designed specifically for that eventuality. Like boom bust is expected. It's not ideal. No one wants it to happen, but it's actually an inevitability. So I would argue that a lot of the market is built on exactly that happening and trying to recover as quickly as possible from those events. Is this getting more bearish or bulls just winding up? It looks like it's getting like locked into place. It's like a 30-part miniseries called The Tales of Pickle Financial. Each part is sold for $20, but you can buy it all together. It's completely unrelated to you though. Perfect. Is it about the rise and fall of pickle coin? The inevitable risk never presents itself in reality. Yes, it does. Okay, no movement until 2 p.m. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of bad that we haven't failed here. This is definitely the price point at which where we can get locked up. So With a once again blown up account, god damn it. What do you see the market doing in the next 3 to 6 months so I can plan some funds? Well, I think we're definitely on a path for central bank divergence, and I don't think that the Fed is going to be able, probably is not going to be able to cut, definitely won't be able to keep pace with other central banks cutting. Um, all of the banks, not none have made any progress towards their actual inflation goal in the long run, right? So a lot of them are just cutting rates in order to stimulate their economies. But that's likely to lead into a feedback loop for inflation. So, and a lot of that inflation due to the shift of assets into the US where the dollar is stronger and the Fed appears more resistant to rate cuts, is going to push some of that inflation back onto us, hence creating our own feedback loop in inflation. And I think that's kind of where we are until central banks either get enough inflation that they're encouraged to raise rates, or alternatively, inflation somehow magically falls. I don't want any more inflation. It's pretty entrenched right now. And it's entrenched at a rate that's, substantially higher than the long run target. Oh god. 1 second. All right. mm, Still getting a lot of vol shorting here. Let's see how positioning's looking. There's definitely calls to the upside here, but we're not pushing up into them at all, which is very strange. How are you feeling about the UCO play from last week? Fine. Oil bounced back today. I'm actually up a little bit on my options. Not much, but a little. 3%. Don't vol shorters know the MM's VN point and stop selling puts? That's something we don't know, actually. So I would say that there are participants that are aware, and there are a whole lot more participants that are not. Yeah, yeah, vol shorting is very dangerous over VN. EPAM is just killing it. It really is. I do wish it'd gotten this bounce like a week earlier, but it's doing pretty great. No more Hank and Ashi candles. I don't use them on indexes. And I'm use a lot more and I trade a lot more indexes lately. Nah, I've always traded indexes, but I trade a lot more indexes on stream. So I tend to use Hank and Ashi a lot less. I have it on VIX. And I think this is set to Hank and Ashi also. No, it's not. Yeah, this VIX is set to Hank and Ashi. But not on stuff like SPX. You don't want to. You could use it for SPY, but SPX you need to be able to see gaps. You don't want to smooth them. Was there a PT on EPAM, or was that just something that popped up? Not particularly, although I do think that the value lost on EPAM, due to reduced forward guidance was bullshit. Because even their reduced guidance was above like the forward outlook for earnings. So I mean, I think a fair price for it to return to would be like 250, which is where it was before earnings. At least like the 230s. Would Nvidia AVGO move higher if MU beats earnings? I mean, nobody really gives a shit about Micron. Sure, it's possible, but I don't see why anyone would fucking care. Also, they are competition, so it's not exactly bullish for their competitors if they beat. Playing sympathy plays like that in semis isn't always the most intelligent move. It's not that I don't like Micron. It's just I don't think their earnings are that important for Nvidia or AVGO. And Micron's largely suffering from the same issues that the rest of semiconductors are, which is that they're all massively overvalued. Are we having a problem holding 5480 now? I mean, it's just hard to hold above Vega neutral if you're going to continue to sell puts, right? The more puts you sell, the longer the MM goes puts, right? So they're pushing the MM short on their book. And given how the market has been pumped, right? The market is not pumped in a sustainable way right now. The vast majority of returns in the SPX are due to dispersion, right? Which is a lot of short vol on indexes, right? And then long vol on the underlying. And most of that within like a 30-day window. So it's all very short dated. Um and so, what you're getting is you're getting a lot of people still selling volatility, but the market maker's capacity to carry that short vol position on the index has reached its critical mass, right? And so the more puts you sell here, the longer the MM is going to go puts, and their hedge is going to no longer be balanced to the upside. So right now we have like a ton of positive, well, we don't have a ton of positive gamma, but we have positive gamma, right? So the market maker is hedging, per dollar price increase, I think it's like 4 point something $billion per dollar, right? But if the MM is going short their Vega exposure and their Vega exposure exceeds that gamma exposure, then they're going to start selling. And they're going to start selling in all conditions um, until that hedge neutralizes again. So theoretically, price action above Vega neutral, and that's the monthly VM, should be very short lived. Unless it's backed by something sustainable, right? Like Delta. Like the participants would have to push that hedge up by making a sustainable market here at spot, and bulls don't do that anymore, right? They just short puts and buy zero DTEs. And that is not a sustainable position, because right now if you short puts, the MM's going long puts, right? And if you're buying out of the money zero DTEs, you're adding negative charm over the course of the day, right? And so that's leading to more and more out of the money positive delta decaying. So you can add a bunch of delta as you buy the positions, but sitting in the out of the money positions causes the price to move down. I hope that makes sense. It's complex. I understand that. FedEx has their earnings tomorrow. Would it be a good reflection of the economy's health? No, but maybe consumer demand. No problem, laces out. Time for puts on coin or other miners. I think there's a decent case for Bitcoin to continue moving down. You could. MSTR might be another target as well. I think reserves on balance at the Fed are going to continue to drop. Bitcoin's probably going to follow that same course. And as on RRP picks up, that should do a number on Bitcoin's current price. That's probably likely to continue into the end of the month since issuance is so low right now. Shift in momentum here either. Slow bleed. Any idea who the Najarian brothers are? It sounds familiar. CNBC pundits or something. 5,500s may be possible towards the end of the day if we get another surge in buying. FedEx lost a pair of sneakers I bought. Can we short them? Sounds Armenian. It does. 54, 55 puts dead. Everything's dead as long as we're stuck here. They're peddling a story of how they sold puts on September 7th and 8th, 2001. And the 8th was a Saturday. Are puts sold on Saturdays? No. Noted. Oh, okay. So like right before the .com, like, well, it wasn't even like the .com crash. It was just like one of the many legs down during the .com bubble. But I don't remember. Hold on. So wait, they sold puts on the 7th? The fucking market went back up on the 10th and the 11th. Well, the 11th was flat. Ouch. Yeah, I guess if they held them through Monday, it would have been terrible. Grifters in the financial markets? No. Why would you want to sell CSPs on the SPY before a crash? Consolidation is bearish? No. Hmm. Jimmy looks awful. So you can pick up SPY cheap and capture premiums. Are you talking about selling like in the money CCs after a crash? Or CSPs? I'm worried that you don't know what a CSP does. Is there a scenario where we stagnate and GM pushes down into spot? It's unlikely that we would stagnate and GM would get closer to the money. Generally, that would encourage out of the money call selling, which would push Gamma Max up. CSPs give you tiny gains until they don't, and then they wreck your port, as foretold in the prophecies. I mean, put selling is awesome until it's not. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. They don't have to wreck your port, though. Okay, the only settlement that changed to T1 is the broker dealer. Broker dealer settlement for stocks moved to T plus 1. Settlement for options is already T plus 1, always has been. Settlement for failures, or settlement for delivery is is still is still T plus 2 on the option side, right? As long as they can meet their OCC requirements for exercise, they still have T2 to balance, like, settle their hedge. But their anything for to do with their inventory now has to be settled on T1. How do they wreck your port? I've literally never had them at all. I figured I can pick them up cheap without having to buy at market. Well, so a cash secured put on assignment would assign you 100 shares at the strike, right? So say SPY is trading at, yeah, what the fuck is it trading at right now? 545. Oops. Son of a bitch. Hold on. All right. SPY's at 545. You think the market is going to crash. So you sell a, what, 540? I mean, I don't know what you think happens at this part, but if you sell a 540 and the market nosedives, right? Um, and say it drops to 320, you're gonna get assigned on 100 shares at $540 a share. If you sell them at the bottom, you're very unlikely to be assigned on them at all. Right? So, say you sell them at 310 and, the market bottoms at 320, you'd collect premium, but you won't get any shares. I was going to sell them at like 400. So if you sell them at 400 while the market's at the bottom, right, you can collect the in the money premium. And then if the market goes up, right, say it bounces back to 380 over a few weeks, you get assigned here. That could give you, a discount on shares. But that's not something you want to do before the market nosedives, because, like, the 400 put here would be worthless right now, and the 400p here would be worth a lot, because here it's, $80 in the money. Here it's, fucking $145 out of the money. Alternatively, you could just buy SPX at fucking 320. The advantage of, like, if you're trading at 320 and you sell a 400p is that, if the price does go up, say, like, $60, you could get a small discount in the price due to the $80 of intrinsic value you initially sold upon assignment. I always use them as like, I'll buy the underlying if you drop it to this level. Well, but there's a time factor, right? So it's not just, you're not guaranteed to buy it, right? Like if I was like, oh, I'll buy GME at $20, and so I sold the $20 put, on GME, and I collect a premium, but GME stays above $20 through that time period. I just get the premium, right? I don't get the shares. That's a way of hedging long positions, is by selling in the money covered calls if you think the price is going to decline. It's like, say you're long something, right? Long XYZ, and you've been following the stock for a long time. You think their earnings are in a down cycle, or maybe it's a cyclical stock, or exposed to seasonality, right? And you think that there's going to be maybe like a slump in margins over the next like 2 quarters, right? Um, and it's currently, stock's currently trading at, all-time high, whatever, right? You can, but you want to stay long, right? Because you think the value of growth in the future will exceed the current price. So instead of selling your stock at a point like this, you can sell the in the money call going into earnings, right? You could take some of that premium and buy some out of the money calls in case you're wrong, right? And that can hedge your loss in premium. And then, if the price of the stock goes down, you simply buy back your calls and collect the premium, which hedges off the loss in the underlying that you own, right? And if the price goes up, you have a few out of the money calls that you bought with the premium to protect the loss that you would take on the sold calls. What do you think a good hedge for long SPX is? For intermediate term, 3 to 6 months. Mm, you could go short breadth, like industrials and manufacturing, or like the Russell. Um, you could go short the dollar. You could go long treasuries. Or Vega. Vega's a little harder. Like VIX and vol hedges are a little harder to manage. I was just using them for assignment. I mean, that's fine, but you need really stable price action to guarantee assignment, right? Or you need to be selling them in the money. No problem. Is it really a loss if you sell CCs with a strike above your share average price? I mean, technically, you can't ever lose money selling CCs on a stock that goes up, right? You can lose money in your underlying holdings, right? But the covered call itself is not unprofitable. The only way to lose money on CCs technically, well, I mean, you don't even lose money on CCs if the price of the stock goes down. You just lose money in your collateral for the call. So I mean, yeah, technically you don't lose money on CCs. But if you are selling CCs above your cost basis, then yeah, you're unlikely to ever lose money should you get assigned. You can still lose money in the stock that you own though, which notionally is usually much greater in value. Let's make these last few days really count. What's happening in the next few days? Are you talking about Dork's market crash? Longer dated treasuries would have more of an inverse relationship with the SPX. Because if the market starts tanking, people are going to they're going to turn to bonds, right? And then bond values will go up. After close, I probably won't get to watch you as much. I'll have a boss. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're going to actually do any work, though. You still keep your office? I'm thinking of selling a put on RDW. Okay. At $6. So you're willing to buy the stock at $6, right? That's the assumption I'm going to make. If you don't get the opportunity to buy the stock at $6, then you will be paid a premium for for the opportunity cost. So that's the trade-off, right? Either you're going to buy the stock at the price you want to buy it at, or you collect a small premium waiting to see if that happens. I don't know if the yield is worth it. We can check. So the $6 put, how many DTE? Goes for about 25 cents. Did you have a number of days till expiration in mind? There's not a lot of contracts on this. You really just get the OPEXs. Thinking July. All right, so $6 put in July. So you get a 4%, 4% yield, 0.4. No. Yeah, 4% yield for 25 days. That's probably the best way to think about it. 0.25. Right? Am I doing my math wrong? No, that's 4%. What, 4.41? 4.1%? What kind of indicators will you be looking at to signal the overall market top is in? We're paying pretty close attention to the forward yields on vol convexity, inversion in the in the yield curve, and bond vol to, well, actually VIX cash VIX correlation as well, but bond vol to dispersion is something else I'm also looking at. How do you plan on positioning when that happens? I'm already pretty well hedged against it happening, but I'll probably, if I think the top's really in, I'll probably start selling uh as many in the money calls on my long positions as I can. I'm already pretty long treasuries, and I have a fairly substantial Vega hedge, so I would say that I'm probably fine already if the market crashes. I don't really think I'm going to position any more than that. I might pick up some like shorter dated puts if indexes are breaking down. Is EPAM a good PMCC candidate? No, not at all. The options chain is terrible and the spreads are the fucking worst. Did the oil shorting CTAs get squeezed out yet? Obviously not. You're just back at the same price we were at the other day. Why are you long treasuries if rates are only going to go up? And most of my holdings are like 3 to 6 months. So I don't really care what rates do, right? I'm just collecting interest. I do have like a little pile of the 20 year, but I bought that above 5% and at 4.8%. I don't think the terminal rate's gonna climb that much. Like that's gonna be at risk. But yeah, the majority of my treasury holdings currently are like 3 to 6 months. I have a few 2 year and a few 5 year, but also both at 5%. So those are still up. I bought most of that shit back in October when rates were really high. Is it too late to chase EPAM? I don't know. It depends on if it continues to go up or not. Update on GoEV. It's not really doing anything today, is it? It's down 10 cents.
Still pretty illiquid, but it doesn't look like there's any covering going on. It's traded like 1.4 million volume today, which isn't very much. I'm sure most of it's just like high frequency trading. Yeah, Hal's starting to turn back around, which is cool. EPM might beat earnings. They very well could, yeah. It's a possibility. I'm hoping that speculation rises into earnings and the price moves up before then, because I think the expectation should be that they'll beat earnings. Yes, we all know that SLB is up. I don't want to chop between 54.78 and 54.82 all day. I told you this could happen. I said for a trend day tomorrow, we really don't want to open between 54.55 and 54.75, which is exactly where we opened. I blame Dork. I mean, it's probably his fault. Is EPAM's earnings on August 1st? I have no idea. Looks like it. Does more covering need to be done on what? On GoEV? I mean, it's still liquid. There's going to have to be some covering at some point. If the market actually crashes, would hitting the bottom on SPY make you officially the greatest trader of this generation? Think about SPY at 300 with the dividend yields included. That sounds terrible. I can think of 100 things I would buy before I bought SPY. Also, I already did that in October of 2022. You forgot the pimento so soon? Terrible. Our SPX special sauce thing is gonna make the laptop catch fire. Why? When the market crashes, I'm buying one stock and one stock only. Cat. Nice. Nothing like a diversified portfolio. So many fucking chains. Wait, which. Hold on. I'll TM you. What the fuck? There we go. Oh, 1 second. Well, this is awesome. The breakfast I ordered last night just showed up 3 hours late. Do you see that Jeffrey's upped NVIDIA's PT midday? Good for them. It is warm, though. What's up, SR? I've really got to stop ordering breakfast from this diner because very frequently they deliver it like 2 hours late. But the other place sucks. I think I already got my money back. I don't know what broken yoke is, so probably not. If it's your only meal of the day, does it even matter when they deliver? I might remember to have dinner tonight. You don't know me. Last night I drank an entire bottle of green tea for dinner. Like one of the big ones. Why aren't you just gonna get a bacon, egg, and cheese from any bodega? You can't just go to any bodega and get a bacon, egg, and cheese. First of all, the bodega near me fucking cooks their eggs into like a sulfurous brick. The bodega that has good bacon, egg, and cheeses won't deliver anything to anybody. And they make their eggs a perfect medium. That's a lie. You can't get a good one anywhere. No, I can, but I have to go to it, or they're too far. Do you not own a griddle? I mean, no, because I live in an apartment. Don't live in Jersey. Just get a McGriddle. Fuck no. First off, I'm never going to spend $20 on McDonald's breakfast. Second of all, I don't want to feel like shit all day. Green tea. Not grape. Grape tea is wine. If you never eat, how are you gaining weight? Because I eat all of my calories in one meal every day. And my physical activity levels basically a 0. It doesn't leave a 5-foot area. Pretty accurate sometimes. Don't chess players burn a lot of calories while playing? Okay, but they're not burning like 3,000 calories a day. I could reduce the caloric content of my daily meal, and then I might lose weight. But then I'd have to reduce the caloric content of my daily meal, which sounds terrible. Then I would want 2 meals. I really don't drink that much. I probably am. Is there any indication that this might pick a direction? It's possible that as the day wears on, if we're able to stay on the positive side of charm, that we could get a push up into close. And if we fall to the negative side of charm, we could get a breakdown into close. We're just right in the middle. Perfectly balanced. I can't believe you're entertaining this peasant mindset. What peasant mindset? How big are your meals? Now you have to go into some detail on your dietary habits. You know, it's not that they're excessively large meals. It's just that generally I go and eat expensive food at restaurants that's loaded with butter and salt. Right? So probably a fairly standard portion size, but just very calorically dense. If you aren't modestly obese, are you even American? I mean, you're definitely not a rich American. That's how I like to describe myself. Calorically dense. Show us your portion sizes, and we'll tell you if they're normal. Like a food Instagram, but just all my meals. I would never eat a seafood tower. I know how to lose weight. I just don't care. This is the problem, right? Clearly, you've never had carbonara. It's extremely easy to get 3.5k calories in one meal. You're just eating that shitty Florida food. I thought we were both working on getting yoked for our tryst. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Pootsy Tootsie's here? Maybe I'd confirm it. I made carbonara with chicken one time, and Gherkin almost fired me for it. That was disgusting. Clearly, you're not on amphetamines. No, yeah, I don't take any, like, medication. That's probably what I need, though. Just like a shitload of Adderall. I have no reason to. The only reason I would have for trying to be thin is, like, long term health. And who wants to be old? How much carbonara are you eating? It's. Do you know how much fucking cheese is in carbonara? And then you've got other stuff with it, right? You've got like an appetizer, salad. Now you're really gonna be mad at me. Don't tell me. Just don't. Can verify. Am old. Not worth it. See? Who wants to be young with bad knees? But my knees are already fucked. It's not. They're not getting better. I can do stuff. I'm not that fucking fat. Jesus Christ. This isn't like 600-pound life. I am slightly above a healthy weight. Well, it never gets any worse than this. I've peaked. I'm in peak physical condition. I am standing up. For the record, I called NVIDIA 120 last night. Sorry, your wife was distracting me. I thought you were sitting the whole time. No, I just have a chair back strapped to my waist. Doc put me on a low FODMAP diet. You have heartburn? Gherkin's just like a chunky Clydesdale. Exactly. The camera adds 50 pounds. I don't know about that. Just terrible stomach issues for years. That sucks. Why is everyone weight shaming you? I don't know. It's not working. They're trying to feel good about being poor, I guess. What's that, Mr. Poopy Pants? I'm not saying you are a centaur, but if you were, you could rest a fake chair back on your back to give this look. Exactly. I'm excited for my IWM puts to make my NVIDIA losses back. I told you not to go long NVIDIA. You stubborn motherfucker. Fun fact, did you know that reducing the load on your knees will actually reduce knee pain? You know what else reduces knee pain, trash? Sitting on my fat ass. Also, you specifically requested that I be caked up. I don't know how you expect to get the best of both worlds. Do Pilates? Yeah. Okay. Fun fact, the government tracks you via a GPS in each tire on your car. To prevent this, cut off the antenna sticking out of the car's rims. There's a difference between cake and overproofed dough. Very little. Well, yeast, actually. No, I don't maintain a sourdough starter. I'm not a baker. I don't bake. I really don't bake shit. Cake doesn't have yeast in it. Cake is like baking powder or baking powder. Currently, personally, I'm into the current level of Gherk with 3 C's. If you were wondering, thank you so much. You know what? If Baradactyl tells me I need to lose weight and I'm not looking ruggedly handsome one day, maybe I'll consider getting on the treadmill. If you bake bread on a regular basis, there's a high chance you're on the spectrum. Say thank you, Baradactyl. I was worried for a second. You're my favorite enabler. You live in New York City. Why not take long walks for exercise? I was like a couple months ago. I was going out for a couple hours after the stream every day, but I've just been really busy lately, so I haven't had time. Like the last 4 weeks have been a fucking nightmare. And then I'm up till like 4 in the morning every night, 5 in the morning by the time I fall asleep. And part of that's been like we're compiling data and you know trying to get things ready for the platform. And so there's been a lot of issues getting all of the data together at night in order to do pickles picks. Don't listen to Dork. Um, and so I'm getting like 2 hours of sleep instead of my usual 3 to 4, and it's wearing me thin. Does getting mugged burn calories? Only if you run. I was in a meeting all morning and I turned on stream audio like 2 minutes ago. Kismet. I don't know what I would have done if you'd not come in here. They were trying to take my ego down a peg, and whew, it was not working. I'm not going on the carnivore diet. That's disgusting. I believe it's Wednesday at 4:30 for the stress tests. Do you consider the necessity of sleep a nuisance? Yes. Yeah, if I didn't have to sleep ever, I never would. It's terrible. It's just a waste of time. You need more sleep. I play the part of the nagging female. You're welcome. You love that. No, but amphetamines just keep you from getting the necessary amount of sleep and then you go crazy. But you need to. If you don't sleep, you will die much younger. It's like a fact. Yeah, but I know, like, I understand the risk. You think it's a bug. I think it's a feature. How many muscle ups can you do? Is that the pull up where you then push yourself above the bar? -1. Would you rather never have to sleep with no negative health effects, but never feel rested? Or be able to eat whatever you want without fear of gaining weight, but you're always hungry? The first one. Wait, never rested or just always tired? Einstein only slept 4 hours a night. No one here has anywhere near that level of success. Sleep is for the poor and the dead. They say sleep prolongs your lifespan, but we all know that existence is suffering. So who wins? Well, he didn't say always tired. I'm assuming he means like you're just at like a midday baseline. That's fine. Because well rested is groggy, slow. Takes twice as much caffeine to pull yourself out of it. Die IWM, redeem me. Ooh, it's getting there. Yeah, we lost 75. Nice. Red candle. The interwebs say smarter people may, in fact, need less sleep. I'm just using this to wave my own big brain flag moving forward. Okay. That sounds like a study that might need some peer review. Dork, I just want you to know when you predict market crashes, these fucking people will literally buy puts like $80 out of the money and sit on them while the market goes up. Would you rather be a billionaire, but AJ is infused into your brain, or be wheelchair bound with $2,000 and no income? The wheelchair bound. No question. I don't even know if my life would change that much if I was in a wheelchair. Still just sit at my desk. And $2,000 is. I could get a port going on $2,000. Yeah, I could work with that. Why aren't you richer than DFE? Well, he started with a lot more money than me. Like in 2021, he was, last we knew, like 8 times my net worth. Shockingly, 10% on $35 million. A lot more than 10% on $4 million. If the market actually crashes, I'll make like 7 grand. Nice. I hope that's gonna float you for the next 10 years. I'm down big on NFIS. Why? Do you think a bull put spread 110 100 is a decent bet for July 19th, or is it most likely I'll have to take the loss? Probably going to get beat up a little bit. So the reason NFAs and FSLR tanked after their stupendous runs was there's a debt crisis possibly brewing in Europe, and people are afraid that governments aren't going to be able to invest into green energy at the rate that they were expecting previously. Where can this go if we lose that 65 to 55 level down to 5430? If we don't, here. Do you read the things I write at night? I could save myself a whole bunch of time by just not doing pickles picks every night. If no one's gonna read them, I don't know what the point is. I do use colored pictures. You sound like that grade school teacher being like, I mean, if you guys are going to behave badly, I don't see the point in having Friday fun day. Yeah, exactly. Casual Friday is canceled this week. Or do you post them in the Zillionaires Discord? Don't stop Pickles Picks. I just joined. I'm not going to stop them, but it's ridiculous how often I have to answer questions that were already answered the night before. Could you do Pickles Picks like a graphic novel? Yes. I feel like I already simplified them quite a lot over the last 6 months. I don't want to lose any of the value, right? If you oversimplify, then they become worthless. If you could only wheel 3 stocks to the rest of your life, which ones and why? Well, if I was going to choose a trading strategy to implement for the rest of my life, it would not be the fucking wheel. And you couldn't do that anyway because they change over time. That's a stupid. No. Not everything's going to maintain the same level of implied volatility forever. When will there be picks and pickles picks again? What are you talking about? When were there not picks? You mean long-term shit? I haven't done any long-term shit in a while. I actually have one that I need to write up. Shocker, I don't want to buy things at the top of the market. Remember spicy pickles? I do. I'm going to reinvigorate that program too. I'm just not sure how I want to do it. Is it Kodak? No. If you could only have intimate relations with three. Do you know what that word means? Seamill? That's the placing of a corpse in a grave. Autocorrect got me. Okay. I mean, I have a list. If you need, fund managers, I'd go necrophiliac for. But I mean, I don't think that's what you were asking. Any real estate pickle picks soon? No. What, like REITs? Not really in the market for those. I bought my kid his first pack of Pokemon cards, and now I realize how early we are introduced to degenerate gambling. Yep, it's an American tradition. When are you gonna get a wife so you can start doing things normally instead of being out till 4 a.m. with floozies? Never. Is it somewhat of a staple that's down like 30% in 3 months for no reason? Maybe. Dork was right. Pack it up, everyone. Calm down. We are breaking into the fun zone, though. If you guys don't remember where the fun zone is, 63 to 55. I meant intimate. Oh, okay. Well, I'm still putting Jim Simons on that list and Peter Lynch. Odds the IWM hits 93 to 95 this week? Lower than by next month. If you could only have 3 billionaires, who would they be? Me, myself, and I. But I can't choose between the pigeon whales. No way they don't pump it here. Well, difficult, but they could try. I don't appreciate that people think I didn't chew the carrot. Which carrot? Bull's already sold all the puts down here. That's the problem, as they're quite squeezy. That's just ridiculous. I think I'm gonna lock down the Discord. That's okay. You can exclude me. I was gonna cancel anyway. Oh, okay. Dork, take Cobra off the beta list. He's bailing again. Thanks. So you need to update to Pigeon Whale to even matter? Expected. Well, I mean, I know the Pigeon Whales love me because they're in my gang. Can we get a preview of the beta? The Pigeon Whales can. It's not a gang, it's a cult. Gangs don't have songs. You've clearly never seen West Side Story. Do we have a preview so we can join? I already have too many fucking pigeon whales. Wednesday night for the pigeon whale stream. Girlfriend will be away. Okay, I can't choose the time for the pigeon whale stream based on your particular girlfriend not being around, Potato Tom. West Side Story is a documentary about the baddest motherfuckers in American history. Exactly. It's actually 2.5 mixed drinks, Philly Mike. I already have too many fucking pigeon whales. Well, yeah, because we have to have the infrastructure to support the beta class, and it's larger than we initially anticipated. Love is a word. Genuinely appreciate what you do is more accurate, but you need a badass woman with her own apartment, good health insurance, and a C suite level job with an office door. I don't need to be married to them, though. Sounds like she's got her own shit going on. That's perfect. That's what I want. I want someone who's got their own money and their own fucking life. That they're doing their own thing over there, right? And then I'm doing my own thing, and occasionally we have sex. If I want to hang out with a girl and gossip, I have Dork. I could never join the pigeon whales because I secretly love it when they call me a poor. Also, I'm poor and I can't afford it. You don't need any of those things. BMG worrying about your life expectancy while encouraging marriage is truly ironic. Yeah, I have a private emergency room that I go to. If I have like shit that's gonna kill me, the doctors can just scrape it out. They're not gonna just leave me to die on a bed. Conjugal visits only, no touching. Would you rather drive an Isuzu Katana motorcycle or have an unlimited MTA card? Asking for a friend, MTA card. Motorcycles are death traps. The only people who ride motorcycles are idiots. Just add in forced to watch Bravo. See, that's the kind of thing that I just won't tolerate in a relationship. This is how I break up with everyone. I want to do this thing. I don't want to do that thing. I think it's stupid. Over. Just like that. My only worry is someday we won't know if you died or just got tired of us. Perfect. You should put a Gherk dead switch in your software that alerts us if you don't log in for a week. Nah. How about dirt bikes? That's just further from medical assistance. And trees are hard like cars. There you go, SV. Perfect. Suzuki, not a Zuzu. Hmm. Can you have your Fitbit live stream to the Discord so we can make sure you have a heartbeat? I don't want you guys knowing what my heart does off stream. Hawk has surely run its course. No? No, not at all. It's just starting. Just don't do that and watch other shit. Also, Turdferg for sure secretly loves watching trash TV with his wife, but says that his wife makes him watch it. Embrace the shame. He definitely does. can you install us a camera in your apartment that we can speak to you with? No. I'm Long Hawktua. People got blowjobs before this girl split with a twang. I don't get it. I feel like I've explained this a bunch of times. It's very simple. There's a lot of lonely men out there that didn't realize that women like this existed in public. Their worlds have been turned upside down. They are now going to venture forth from their man caves in the hopes of finding someone just like her. As a child of divorce, I've always considered marriage a joke. Plus, all of my coworkers and employers get divorced and find another marriage. It's easier to love someone without signing a contract. Shockingly, a lot of people religious, right? And that's part of the religion thing is you got to sign the contract, otherwise you don't really love the person. It's about throwing the enthusiasm through. What? Would you stop using autocorrect on your phone? Nobody wants an unenthusiastic blowjob. That's just sad. True. Tax benefits, they're moderate. Make more money. DVC Foo, welcome back to Zillionaire. Missed you. Oh, that's not the right speaker. Hold on. There we go.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Is this the crash Dork started rumors about? You mean JFresh's crash? Yeah. Fuck you, ass face douche poop. What? Hold on, Dork. Alright. I think you might be getting carried away with yourself. Not the receipts. I mean, it's pretty obvious. who was predicting a market crash here. Haktua showed masses of married men that there are women will give enthusiastic blowjobs on command. It's the married dudes whose wives won't do that anymore that are boosting the video. Maybe. That's possible. People in a long-term relationship have to get creative. Yeah, I'm gonna go with virgins. On command is a wild interpretation and accidentally proves his point. Counterpoint, it's a bunch of incels who've never had any beach, let alone enthusiastic one, who are pumping it, even in this chat, enough already. Yeah, it's getting boring. Did you see the picture I found of Italian Gherk last night? Yes. Although I just assumed that you face swapped me onto a guy on a Vespa. The resemblance is uncanny. Maybe we're related. J Fresh is a rainbow bear. He's a cat. Bitcoin's breaking 60. Nice. Perfect. USD JPY is at 159.69. Really tells you a lot about the difference in the sexes. Because if the Hawk Tua meme was a guy, there'd be way less women into it. You know what? I don't really care if I'm right. Everybody praises JFresh for my crash prediction. You know why? Because you have to unban walk-in, which is why the market won't crash today, maybe ever. If I spat on my wife's downstairs, she would slap me. You go viral on Grindr. That's true. You just unlocked a new fear for me. I'll skip the spit. Yeah, men perfectly okay with being spit on. Women, not so much. There's sage wisdom in these words. Don't spit on your girlfriends who has. They will get angry. It's not porn. I know you see it in porn and you're like, that looks like a great idea. Mm-mm. No. Also, don't knock on the door with your Johnson. Well, now, hold on. That's not true. You could definitely use your Johnson to ring the doorbell. Dave, it's like 99% men in here. It's okay. We started misogyny. We know all about it. It's not a secret. Even if they want you to, don't do it. They'll cry later. You always ring the doorbell? Do you savages just break into homes? Apparently. If I could hawk to him myself, I'd never leave the house. I mean, I'm surprised you leave the house as it is, given that you're in Philly. I don't? Oh, okay. Never mind. Smart. The door should already be unlocked and the hinges greased. What if it's a strange door? And you didn't have time to maintain it in advance? Jesus Christ, turd. We just fell back below risk on IWM. Does that mean that the put I purchased earlier was a good idea now? Yeah. I'm looking forward to Diamond handing it into a loss. Congratulations. What if it's a door with beads covering the entrance? Run away. Looking good for a bullish bounce tomorrow? What? The market? No. Not particularly. I guess on the longer time frames, like this consolidation is still slightly bullish. I don't know if this place is enlightening me or ruining me. How's it going with that guy who lives 30 miles away? Too much pressure? You should try to find someone who lives in like Nebraska. Oh, Tinder? Yeah, no, I deleted that app in less than 24 hours. It was a mistake. No, it wasn't. Jen, you deserve to be happy. Yes, yes, it was. Just not all guys instantaneously send dick pics to people. Tinder must be bad for people in a small town. I wouldn't know. Tinder's not about finding love. Unless you're Carl. If you don't live in a city that has 4 million people, Tinder's a mistake. Why? What if the markets are going up alongside with debts to manufacture an event to translate it all to sovereign backed digital currency? Oh, fuck off. You're talking about debt destruction? We're not going to do that. It's too big of a risk. I just wanted to look at profiles and see if there was anyone worth looking at. I did not want to start the onslaught that started. Just don't include photos of yourself. Right? That's the mistake you made. You should have just had like stock photos from a hotel. I had to listen to someone trying to explain the $1 trillion coin to me last week. Not awesome. It sounds terrible. It'd be really cool if they would stop shorting volatility. Jesus Christ. This put 7x. That's impressive. I got cheap. Huh. So we got a bounce on 57. Where does that put us? We're gonna climb back up above VN again? Because this is getting boring. Charm's still pretty negative here, and we are in a negative delta environment on the 0 DTE. It made me upload 2 photos to start. Yeah, you just put up photos that aren't you, right? Or a female. And then you can scroll endlessly without too much interaction. You're still gonna get some dick pics, but fewer. It totally fixes the national debt problem and the economy, bro. You just aren't getting it. Is it possible that Bitcoin's a scam and the whales dump all the coins, plummeting it to sub 10K? Yeah, yeah. That is actually possible. Why would you want to get set up by family members and friends? Why would you want your friends or family members to know the people you're having sex with? That's weird. You're a weird guy sometimes, BMG. Especially for a former Dan. I knew you when you were just a dirty, windy slut. Now you're running around expecting us to call you Esquire, telling us about your family and friend connections. I'm better off lurking in Discord. You know, Farmville's quite the charmer. And Avis would probably take you out to a Culver's. Shh, don't do that. I'm not Jewish. If you're over 33, getting set up by family or friends is terrible because they just match the 2 most desperate people they know. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Not lurking for men. I know, but there's some options, you know. Not to forget, Farmville is landed gentry. That's true. Don't forget, I'll be single one day. Yeah. But Jen doesn't need somebody around who's going to blow up their port in after hours. Can we all take a moment to appreciate Turdford giving a true insight into the male mental perception of the world? That's one more for regards, Kiki. You could be famous if you pick Farmville, but it would be from the Hoarders episode you get to be in. He's got a lot of lotion in his house, so your skin would always be moist. Won't be trading mine anymore. What's that, Popcorn? Every man secretly wishes he was gay so he could bro down for bro jobs. No, no, I don't think so. I just gave it some thought. But one time someone was asking if Regards Kiki did OnlyFans, then begging her to start one. Look, I like the ladies. Life would be easier if I liked the dudes. Maybe. I could see where you're coming from, but they've also got to feel the same way about you. It's okay, Popcorn. Your secret is safe with us. It would just be college. I'm just imagining a life without throw pillows. Yeah, but think of all the dirty dishes. Life wouldn't be easier, but getting your jam jar stuffed sure would. What the hell's Raya? Tinder for celebrities? Y'all are taking this too literally. I'm I think everyone's taking it just literally enough. Tinder for hot, famous, influential people. Well, I'm two of those things. Why would I want to date somebody with an ego as big as mine? There'd be no room. That doesn't sound fun. Tell us how you really feel, Popcorn. Is this why you won't make out with J-Fresh? I mean, yeah, like me and J-Fresh's thing can never go beyond just sex. Might only care about the dishes until they have the girl hooked, and then it goes out the window. Like romantic dates and gestures. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. That's why I end everything at the romantic gesture stage, right? Fancy dinners, nights out on the town, and then it's over. You get to spin up that initial like oxytocin dopamine rush for like 2 weeks, then you just walk away. And if you can keep that up consistently, you're literally high on life. Fresh and I are gonna make so much contact through the mirror that will be in front of us as we make sweet, sweet love. You guys are just gonna fight each other nude, like Spartans. You're gonna burn out your adrenal glands. Take it easy. I might have already done that. Is that true love? Sword fight? No, well, meat swords. I feel like Dork's proving my point here. Do you think Tesla looks weak for tomorrow? I don't know. I'm not paying attention to it unless it goes under 180. It's not under 180. So the answer that's the answer to your question. Gherk just described the Dennis method. No, I didn't. It'll be a classic Brooklyn-style marriage. Incessant fighting, followed by angry sex. You forgot the domestic violence and restraining orders. But yeah, I could see that. Is positioning supportive enough at 50 to make bull put spreads not insane if we get down there? Actually, positioning at 50 isn't very supportive at all. It's an important level that needs to be defended. But the positioning right there right now is pretty weak. Most of the bullish support on the 0DT today breaks down at like 55 to 53. If we fall under that, we could drop all the way down to 30. And we're already starting to fall into that, right? And like the charm's ticking, like the charm decay is ticking up negatively. Under 50, it gets a lot worse. And the traumatized kid, which is Nuke, of course. Actually, that part makes sense. I can see you guys traumatizing Nuke. But it's okay. He can just shake it off in his blood churner. I just eat everything off paper plates because my children are savages. Do your children just like break all the dishes or something? Since we're definitely dropping to 5430 by end of day, crash to 5,000 tomorrow. That seems like a stretch. Will SLB ever have a red candle ever again? Probably. Hmm. Yeah. Meta's back under 500. Nvidia's staying under 120. Apple never held 210. What's Amazon doing? Interesting. It did test 190. Holy shit, Netflix dumped hard. Maybe I should have shorted it. Netflix could see a new effort to diversification within real-life experiences to strengthen its well-known franchises like Squid Game and Bridgerton. What the fuck? Imagine waltzing with your partner to an orchestral cover of a Taylor Swift song on a replica of the Bridgerton set, then walking around the corner to compete in the Glass Bridge Challenge from Squid Game, Netflix said in a blog post. Well, that makes sense why people shorted it. No, last week Netflix was talking about opening movie theaters. I have no idea how to imagine that. Ew. That was that was fucking rough. Heckin' wowzer. Netflix specializing in cringe. Yeah, apparently. Well, now we know why the stock's down $18 today. That was not a bullish announcement. Am I gonna short AVGO again? Maybe. Hmm. Oh no, EPAM, what are you doing? Go back up. That's the wrong way. I'm guessing Google's up on the news that Meta's or Netflix is stupid. Hmm. If BTU goes back to 80 cents in the next market crash, I'm gonna buy so fucking much. BNED's up 10% today. Beyond gave it all back. Top went up a little bit. Huh. Imagine you choose the bad ending and they raise your subscription. Ouch. Symbol and I are on the same page, and I will now be opening a new credit card to become a pigeon whale. Excellent. That's what I love to hear. I have a diverse portfolio of dog coins. They're safe from a market crash because they're already worthless. Daily saying higher for longer. Well, that's true. Someone needed to say it. Can someone announce what the Netflix news was? Bridgerton themed ballroom dance classes. Squid Game escape rooms. Haha, no, seriously? What was it? What I just said. They had announced that last week. But people are listening today. Can we break 60 already? We are technically below 60 right now. Does Carvana have to tap 120 before any downs? Possibly. There's quite a lot of call interest at 120 on Carvana. Not much above it. What they need to do is double down on Black Mirror dystopian nightmares. We'll get there. Have you guys ever tried these energy drinks? Ghost. They are, whew. They're not good. They don't taste good. But they got a lot of caffeine and stuff in them. How's your heart rate? Steady. It's supposed to be used as pre-workout. Whatever. Is your blood pressure 420/69? Not yet. How come you gave up on your espresso? I haven't. I still drink espresso. I had an espresso before I had this energy drink. Haha, you can't catch me. Exactly. What are your thoughts on Netflix longer term? Way overvalued, priced for perfection, or something else? I think that the current valuation is going to be hard to sustain, but that's largely because I think that the like subscriber market in the US is getting a bit mature. And growth at least in this market I think is going to start to dwindle. Unless they keep spending on production of just the shittiest shows ever filmed. Which I don't see them doing because they have to continue to compete with Disney and Warner and Paramount and Amazon. Chances looking slim for any GME OPEX run, given its current liquidity. I don't really think the liquidity has a ton to do with the chances for an OPEX run. I just don't think there's any potential for one unless it gets back above 25. Like Vol's still being crushed. We're seeing volume come down. Arbitrage really isn't picking up in one way or the other. There's not a lot of covering going on. Hmm. Warner's a dumpster fire. I mean, they've got good cash flows. Their FCFs are solid. And they're paying down their debt at a pretty remarkable rate. I think their plan is to expand services into Latin America and Europe, which could offer some growth in the long term. I would say they're trading at like a PE of like 2x. I mean, they probably have more room to the upside than Netflix does. I think the biggest problem with Warner is that you're getting like a lot of like loss in their well, you're getting a lot of contraction in their cable markets, which represents a decent chunk of their current cash flows. So unless they're able to grow their subscriber revenues, they're gonna lose over time. AT&T CEO Stanky says Congress should give regulators power to require big tech firms to contribute to a government fund that subsidizes access to telecom services. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, just what they need. 1 second. If Power Hour dumps tomorrow, Dork will be right. Power Hour might dump today. This isn't looking great. WBD a bit consistently falling. I'm losing NBA seems like a negative for their next carriage negotiation. I mean, they're still going to be carried by cable services, right? It's just that that business is contracting anyway. Why would people want me to sell automotive parts off of Amazon on my YouTube stream? I get the most obscure, like, sponsorship offers. Mini chainsaws, automotive parts. I hate horror movies. I think they're usually bad. There's a few exceptions, but most of them are just awful. Just subsidize Starlink. Problem solved. Yeah, I don't really think Starlink is appropriate for businesses. We did so many well with mini chainsaws. Why not? Can I interest you in being a sponsor for selling metal brackets? Yeah, let's talk. I need to get some used automotive parts off of Amazon, but I'm having trouble finding a reputable seller. Any recommendations? Come on down to Pickle Automotive. We'll put our pickle in your tailpipe. What about office products for people like librarians? It's just so odd. I get the oddest sponsorship offers. It's always like that, WeBull, and Moo. Those are the only ones that ever reach out to me. I know that, turd. This just seems like a very broad statement about what ETFs are used for. What percentage improvement do you target on your Vega puts before you start closing them? I don't want to make the same mistake. I mean, depends on how many you have and what your hedging targets are, but I mean, generally I'll start taking profits on them around 15% returns. And by the time returns start to get, more excessive, I've probably sold off a fairly decent chunk of whatever positioning I have. Like at that point, I just have maybe some runners or something. But generally, I'm targeting a reversion to mean, right? So I'm looking at VIX 16 or greater before I start closing them. If I got some really, really cheap, maybe VIX like 14, 15, I might close a few. No problem. Guess we're gonna stair step down for the rest of the day. It's more of a tumble, below this level. So we're either gonna catch a recovery here, or we're gonna start slipping as the short puts pull back. So no, turd. Those aren't actually updated with T1, right? Like I think you wrote that in, but that's not actually the case for AP settlement. The change there is T2 plus, right? So you had T2 plus 3, right? For most of the major ETFs. Some are offset, right? Like some have different agreements, but like most of like the BlackRock shit and like spider ETFs are gonna be like T2 plus 3, right? But like this changes to 1, but this stays the same. So, you know, you had T6, then in like 2011 that went to T5, right? Now you have T4 on those ETFs. Yeah, so it's still, yeah, settlement's still 23236, but per the ETF agreement, right? Depending on whatever, like because they can technically have any number of days to allow the settlement. There's some, I don't think we're gonna run into any of them, but there are some that have some pretty obscure AP settlement periods. What price confirms a recovery? I mean, as long as we're trading in this range, we're still kind of in that middle band. Like nothing's really nothing has actually broken down here. Have you ever thought about taking a week off of streaming with no explanation? No? This is a falling wedge on the 5-minute. On what? SPX? We're kind of on the 5-minute. No? I don't think so. Yeah, it kind of already failed. Well, alright. I see what you're going for. But it kind of already failed. Most likely bouncing on 50. Probably, yeah. EPAM red on the day, which is sad. I'm not too worried about it. A little bit of a rejection off of 88, which is fine after such a hard push up. Stroopwafel, yay or nay? No, they're okay. Super sweet, though. I did some digging into what you were saying on stream about Keynesian economics. Well, nothing positive, I hope. Turns out that although his economic theory might be off, he was quite the looker, so everyone just went along with it. Uh... Dork. Someone just pointed this out to me, and I feel like you should be made aware. Really awkward, man. JFresh has pages of crash talk spanning years, even. It's gonna keep dropping to 5440. This is a pretty important support level, so it very well could. Um, if we lose 55, put interest starts to pick up to the downside, and there's still a decent amount of puts all the way out to 5430. There's quite a lot of them at 54, 50, and 40. Starts to fall off a little bit after 40, but I would say that 35 and 30 are still really elevated as well. All I'm gonna say is that I made the prediction on stream on Sunday. I didn't just blow up a huge smoke show. The funniest part is that the last Sunday stream is actually when I predicted the crash. Is this literally 1984? Seeing Gravy purchase a bunch of secondhand production equipment on the cheap, hopefully it helps them actually make some of these vehicles they have on their order book. Yeah, that'd be cool. At least they're not spending the money on their personal jets and business meetings. What's the chance of a market crash in the next 5 years? I don't know. Let me pull out my probability. Let's take a random walk. DCA the 5440p? No, it's still low probability of going in the money. I just wanted to buy it because I was bored. Also, IWM's been turning around. Just call it 4 sigmas and say it's a 0.0000001 chance. Alright. I thought you were gonna walk with me down the promenade. No. Panther of all Haktuas, how can I know if I'm a C-list celebrity or just popular? What makes something a support level on the SPX in your eyes is a concentration of interest at 55. On the put side, most of those puts are sold. Bulls are going to want to defend them. That makes a support. I will say if IWM fails here, or Dow, that's probably quite bearish. Oh, EPAM, you bitch. Hmm. Boring. Hmm. Holy fuck, this is the worst. MQ is one big head and shoulders. Oh, I see that. Yeah, if NQ slips like 19,750, it's gonna get pretty ugly. Back to 1900 would be cool. Or 19,000. Yeah, seems reasonable. Why don't you spit on EPAM and see if it goes up? That's how you get it to go down. You're conflating those things. Does BNet have options yet? No, you're looking at the old options. It did a reverse split. That's the old options chain, which should be largely dead at this point. No, no, no. It's V time, baby. V from here would be tough. We'd have to get back above 65. Is knowing with certainty that a put is sold bought as part of the secret sauce in your new dashboard. No. There will be tools to analyze maybe that, but nope, 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 no sauce, just data. What time is NQ Head and Shoulders on? 1 hour? Can I spread your data on a sandwich? You could try. Hmm. Huh. The neckline would be like 466.75 or 461.23. Does Beyond have some OPEXy potential tomorrow? I don't know. It's not on Reg Show. I'm not that interested. Doesn't look like there's been a ton of covering on it either. Yeah. Anybody be able to elaborate on the modularity aspect of GoEV vehicles? Well, it'd be ideal if they built some of them first, but I think the idea is that it's just using a base. They're using like a base frame construction, and then you can as a customer who's ordering, a fleet of vehicles, you can choose the arrangement of the storage and driver areas, possibly like door positioning, things like that. It's Gherk's magnum opus. Vlad will buy it for $1 billion, and Gherk can retire. What is? We're not selling it to Vlad. Thanks, Jujubee. They have options for food trucks, electrical, plumbing, work vehicle, camping van. Yeah, but they haven't built any of those things. So it's nice that they've plugged those into, what's the engineering software? God damn it. CAD. Yeah. MATLAB. Don't talk to me about MATLAB. Can we discuss Dork looking suspiciously like Vlad Tenov? No. How high can bulls pump here? It doesn't matter unless it goes over 65. If it goes over 65, then it might matter. Otherwise, there's really no change in anything. That's 65. Still need a little bit more. Time for calls. Time for more puts. We'll see. There's not like a lot of calls to the upside of this. There's a few. Like we could get back above or back to Vega neutral. Upside range is still shitty. Charm's turning up though, and we are getting some call buying. It's still just slightly negative here though. Late day calls cheap, lap them up. Hmm. If Howe goes to 35, are you bullish thereafter to 42? Over the long term? Yeah, I mean, kind of hoping it would go higher than 42, but 42 would be okay, I suppose. Hmm. If I buy in the money 0 DT SPX, let it cash settle, does that count as a day trade? It shouldn't. Who sold a put? Where would you add puts? I don't know if I'm going to. Maybe if we lost 55. What happened, Nuke? You said you wouldn't add puts. Not here. It's way too choppy, right? I mean, look at how much chop there's been in this range all day. It's like most of the volume we traded. Under 55, maybe. Confirmation of a breakdown. I'm gonna wait for 24 hours. Way too delusional. Get some sleep, man. No sleep and no sausages makes Nuke a sad boy. My body is revolting. That's not a nice thing to say about yourself. Lol burn. Self burn. I asked about a stock last week, NNE. It's got no price history. It like just IPO'd. I don't know anything about it. Which is what we went over last week. They have like 4 quarters of reported data, all of which is terrible. It'll hawk to a Farmville if we close below 54.55. It's not impossible. We did fail the test at 65 here. Although we're not really dropping much. It'd be cool if we dropped. Like if the price would actually fucking go down. The problem is we have like a bunch of negative gamma to the downside, but it's going to be just as hard to climb over that as it is to climb over the positive gamma to the upside. No, 80. 80 what? Why would 80? Why 80? Vacant neutral's at 78. Slipping 60 gets us some momentum? No, not really. 55. We've got not only do we need to break down below 55, we need to get like kind of away from the strike because it's a massive pile of shit. And every little like 20-30 minute bounce we get like this reduces the chance that we could drop below 50. Because those out of the money puts are gonna fall off, right? Sell all the futures, shill. They're not mine. I'm not the one carrying them. That's what I've learned in my nearly 20 years of marriage. Telling them to go down is a surefire way to make sure that they don't. Looks at SPX. I mean, here's the deal, right? It's very dangerous for the bulls below 55. So what does that mean to you guys? I want you to think really critically about this because I do this all the time and sometimes I feel like you guys don't get it. No, not full port puts. Try again. No. It means that the bulls will bounce it off 55 like a million times. Yes, there you go. Dave wins. He guessed right. Okay, Nuke, I'm gonna tell you, man, the answer is very rarely ever full port any purely directional option. Either market crash or market crash. They bounce till the bounce actually works. Well, or it fails. But because of the risk the loss of that level would present, it's unlikely that they allow it to fail. Oh, my chats are sometimes not going through again. Cool. You just said something about moon shoes. That went through. I didn't read it because it's not really relevant to anything, but how many times have we watched it bounce at that level? Today? 5. 6, if you count this one. JPY is having none of it today. It's just staying pinned at like 159.69. The dollar hasn't been moving up much. Yields are kind of flat again. If the dollar and yields move up a little bit more, we might get another breakdown. But the dollar kind of cooled off a bit before we bounced. Correlation's still breaking down, though. I just wrote t-shirt in chat and you didn't read it. Are my chats going through? I don't know. I went to Germany to get candles on SPX 6 hours ahead of you and still somehow lost money. I like that you guys are so excited about our $2 of price action, though. It's fun. They're really selling a lot of puts. That doesn't seem like a good idea, Rob, in your head. You're just adding up OI on all the brokers you have? Ew. No. We have our own Opera data feed. What the fuck? Gherk, they got me. They got me good. It feels so cold. Come closer. Tell my family that I said puts cost same like shh. Oh, you dick. What did they get you on? Your SLB call? With your arms like that, flex for the plot? Nah. I don't know if I even have biceps anymore. I think they would have atrophied by now. Yeah, they're still in there. It's not bad. Do that again with your arm higher? Flex? That's weird. I don't want to do that. The calves are still solid. Flex and say guaranteed market crash. You've been picking up all those Tinder thoughts. The guns have wasted away. They're not wasted away. They're flabbier. There's more fat at the pinch points, you know? Like in the elbow space, like right here, there's more fat. So they don't look so defined. Used to be all the fat was just in the middle of my body, but now it's spreading outwards. Thank God the flex was off camera. Have you ever yawned so hard you pulled your tricep? No. But I've dislocated my jaw like a little bit. Did you get a poorly made space helmet for the next GME earnings? Absolutely not. What 30 minutes to expiry should we be invested in? Well, you've got 23 minutes before a decision has to be made. Did this count as a test of weekly GN and a bounce? Or the $3 gap enough to wait for a real test? So we could bounce above the level. I mean, weekly GN tends to move a bit throughout the day, so it's possible that our test and bounce was in fact off of gamma neutral. But I think that's more true for the earlier test, right? Where we actually did test GN. This one's a little higher. It's like here earlier this morning at like 9:55, we actually tested gamma neutral on the weekly. I would say that the bounce following that was more a bounce off GN than this is. Oh, I still have this on the fucking 5-minute. That's why it's so boring. Take off your shirt and prove it. I can't just flaunt my traps on air. Let's just lockjaw. I get it all the time. That's why I retired being a fan. I say. Hmm. No, this isn't a very convincing break of 54.65. It's slightly above 54.65, but that still doesn't put us in a position where delta's positive. We're just closer to the 0 point. Charm is still quite negative here, actually. Like, I would expect this to fail. Simply because the decay is only going to get worse from here into close. So they've either got to push it back up to where, you know, Charm and Delta are positive, and then we could get like a little run. I don't know, maybe back to the high of the day. Maybe not. Maybe just back to like 78 again. There's really not a lot of bullish positioning above us. There's another put wall at 75 still. The biggest pile of calls locally is at 70. $44, 47, 25, 54, 47, 25. What is that? Oh, that's the prior all-time high, right? Where would the MM like this? And does that matter? I mean, if volume's low enough and positioning is split enough, then yeah, it matters. But the MM would just want it like right here. They're perfectly fine right where we're trading. And maybe like $1 higher. Have you been pouring Ghost all over DVN and Oxy today? All of the oil stuff I think is up a decent amount. DVN rocketed today. I didn't look at Oxy, but I know Halliburton went up pretty hard. Yeah, Oxy looks good too. Zom had a nice bounce. Energy is probably a huge part of why the SPX hasn't fallen right now. Looks like energy and finance are holding it up against like a massive drop in like tech and tech services. AVGO, Qualcomm, and Nvidia are all down like 5 to 3%. And then Microsoft and Google are both down. Apple and Meta are the only Mag 7 that are up. No, it's Tesla's up a little bit. Target's up 3%. Oh, that's cool. Health tech's doing pretty good. Finance and energy. Also health services, which is, I mean, that's kind of a bearish rotation for equities. Utilities are up a bunch, which is never a good sign. Still a little flight to safety, but what's Gamma Max for Upstart? I have no idea. It's pretty far from it, I'd imagine. 2630. Hope that was the bottom on packs. Probably not, but it's not a bad price. How's the Head and Shoulders looking like on NQ? Like with options flow? I don't track options on futures. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, I mean it is a thing, but it's not probably a thing that's worth tracking. I mean, if NQ fails this bounce, that's pretty bearish. Like this bounce, longer time frame, not the 1 minute, but like this whole thing. No, as far as I know, GME is still in the Russell 1000. It didn't get moved. Vol's turning around a little bit, so I might be getting some of the short puts closing. I have no idea what Gamma Max on Tootsie Roll is. Find the one option open on the chain. That's Gamma Max. GoEV is still like OPEX-y. Still pretty illiquid. Quantity 3 $30 calls. Looks like you just found Gamma Max. I personally don't think that the market's crashing this week. That's all Dork. Dork and JFresh arguing over the market crash. We might be starting a correction, but I think we probably wouldn't even confirm that into the back half of this week. If we start to see repo rise into the end of the quarter, that could be kind of bearish. Did I just hear that we can own the Tootsie Roll options chain in its entirety? It'd almost be easier if you sold yourself the call. Is this a good time to full port puts for the extra bearish Tuesday we're having tomorrow? Is tomorrow extra bearish Tuesday? Looks like repos at 435 billion as of Friday. Like last Monday it fell to 335, but it's up 100 billion since then. Vol turning up, same like bears a little stronger. Yeah. Maybe. At least Bull's a little weaker, like short puts closing. That's what Dork said, and I trust him. That's beautiful. Is this really the market top this time for real for real? Maybe. It's a good psychological one, right? Like 5505. Is Upstart doing an OPEX? Had a little bit of a run today, but it didn't run over anything. I think I might just be doing a post. Well, yeah, maybe like a little bit, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be blowing out any other covered calls or anything like that. I think a lot of it just has to do with the bounce on IWM. Maybe a little bit of profit taking on the put side. Quad dot plot half foretold the bearish Tuesday. Well, no. Only. Well, me and Dork were both bearish for Tuesday, but his bearishness far exceeds mine. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. That's a different Carl. What's a pod shop? So pod shops are like an independent trading desk, essentially, where they usually have like their own portfolio and stuff that they manage. Um, and I think they were originally implemented to foster like a competitive environment because each one is paid out performance separately, right? So that makes sure that your all of your trading desks are competing with each other. Nowadays I think they're done more as a risk management tool than anything else to diversify, like, or at least decentralize risk. um and Yeah, that's about it. But they generally specialize like in a very specific like niche or strategy. If there was a correction, could something like EPAM still reprice up? Probably not. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, it did perform better in 2022 than it's performing right now. But I would say no. No, it would probably also like generally crashes, everything goes down. There's very few things that will inverse a market crash. Unless it's, just something that specifically has negative correlation with falling indexes, like bonds or volatility, or shit like consumer staples. Can sometimes they'll just trade flat because they generate a lot of demand in a crash. Like everyone runs for safety, right? And so you can get a little bit. Utilities sometimes overperform during a crash. Yeah, but anything with positive beta is fucked. Did '08 get unwound by futures from Europe and Asia? Do you want to be more specific? There was a lot of like European futures exposure that was, deleveraged during the realization of the GFC, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it was like a primary cause or anything. GME doesn't even have negative beta right now. There are instances where GME's beta is negative, but that usually has to do with the hedge at that time, right? When GME's got a lot of Vega exposure, it can pick up a bit of negative beta alongside that. But that's true of anything that's, got a lot of IV during a market crash. Is there a way to chart IV on an option? Sure. Yeah, you could. I mean, we haven't you ever seen like an IV 30 chart? Ask if the mechanism for Lehman holding the bag was other participants getting out of leverage products overseas. So actually the carry trade had a lot to do with that, right? Because as they got squeezed out of the collapsing carry trade, they began to sell MBSs, right? And as the asset prices that supported those MBSs went down in value and the market got hit with a flood of mark-to-market securities, the overall value of MBSs declined, right, which then reduced the value of Lehman's holdings. So yeah, I mean, there were definitely leveraged products involved in that unwinding. I mean, I really don't think it's correct to just target the futures there. There was a lot more context to that, but that is one of the reason that their MBS, like the value of their MBS tanked and they found themselves insolvent. I'm sure Lehman tried to get a loan from everybody at some point during that period. I mean, currently on the quant dot plot, I'm kicking ass, Dork. We just need to go down a little bit tomorrow. You just called it a crash, which means I was right. Suck my balls. My prediction was invalidated the moment futures opened this evening without a gap down, followed by a massive sell off. We could even get that, and I'm pretty sure that there's a chance that your fucking prediction could be invalidated. You have targeted 12.5% for the week. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So this time is trickier because tech and real estate are now overvalued, but the carry trade is one of the primary mechanisms that they lever into with their capital. So it's the cause of crashes is international central bank arbitrage. No, the flight to safety is international bank arbitrage, right? Like international central bank arbitrage. So in order to avoid the excessively high rates found in the US, they take their capital elsewhere so they can make money on the spread, right? But as that spread closes, risk becomes compounded. You are looking for a single pointed cause, and it is definitely a composite effect. But there are causes which are more important, like think of them as being tiered. Some are much more impactful than others. Meanwhile, at JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon assembled a team of his best strategists to determine how to keep the market afloat until Wednesday to invalidate Dork's prediction. Not because of GDP or anything. The article about EPAM investigated for securities fraud sounds like someone is short the stock and mad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely someone short the stock. One sec. Article about EPM, aka poor risk management. Yeah, yeah. It's been crashed so many times since yesterday. There's no way SGX doesn't close at 6,000 this week. I feel like everyone's jumping the gun on a market crash right now, but I think there's still too much data for any larger scale risk off. But I do think we are getting a little bit of risking off, right? And so we might be seeing like a turnaround, but I don't think we're seeing a crash yet. We're also very uniquely in a position where the market doesn't have a lot of room left to the upside. Like, we've just blown everything out, right? And so unless we get some bullish data to bring some more money in, all the leverage and shit's kind of just maxed out. Like, real downside is a systemic risk. Yeah, it is. There's nothing but fat tails all the way down. Fat tails sold for nothing. And I mean, putting the market maker in this position is just a sign of unhealthiness anyway, right? Like we should never be here in a bull market, right? This is the over enthusiasm, uh, overbought to an excessive degree. In a healthy, stable bull market, we should never see market maker gamma max or vega neutral, right? we should never be in a position where volatility as a product is so oversold that the market makers, like the combined books of the SPX market makers is net negative vega, right? Or net short puts, right? Or long puts rather. That's a really like extreme position. That might be something you expect to see after like a bounce in a correction, right? Or maybe something you see when, you know, there's a big macroeconomic change or shift. But it should not be something that's like consistently happening over an 8-month period over and over and over again. Just gonna chop into close here. That's possible. Yeah. We could sell off into close, but I don't see any reason to de-risk. What do you think about shorting Zillow? I think Zillow will probably do pretty well if inventory ramps up, right? Don't they get paid per listing? Yeah, I don't think they give a shit. And if the housing market suddenly becomes substantially more liquid, they're going to make a lot more money. How likely is it vol shorts are unaware of a risk? I mean, I will say that it does seem that there are a large number of participants that are not aware of the risk that they are creating for themselves. I mean, like when we test a level like VN, everybody should like, and anybody informed should just be like, oh, that's it. We've gone too long, right? But yet we still see put selling, despite the reflexive mechanical action that follows that put selling, right? We still see it. So I mean I would say that at least the data that we're using leaves us more informed than some participants, not necessarily more informed than all. I mean, the market maker is well aware, right? They're actively watching, you know, their book and their hedge, and they know all the positions that are sold and bought that are on their book, right? So they have an extremely accurate picture of the risk that, you know, continued put selling above that level presents to those put sellers, right? But that also means they're more than willing to let them sell those puts at a discount, right? They're going to ensure that there is ample liquidity in those puts, because as soon as they've sold all that the demand will sustain, they're going to dump their hedge, right? And make a shitload of money. Are you still straddling every closing bell? Yeah, as long as realized volatility continues to be mispriced, which has been true for well over a year now. But Croissant Man told everyone to sell vol. I mean, it's worked so far, right? Selling vol is great until it's not. Then it has extreme repercussions. Is this teetering on an edge? Yeah, I mean, there's really not enough time. And it's more likely that it would make a move overnight than in the intraday. But Charm and Delta are negative here. And there are puts at 55 and below that could drive a larger and more volatile move to the downside should we hit that ramp. But we haven't hit that ramp yet, right? Like the closest we came was like 52 earlier in the day, and that was kind of meh. How do you know when realized vol is mispriced? Or anything is mispriced for that matter. Well, we use formulas for determining the price of the asset class, like Black-Scholes, right? And then, that tells you what the price should be, and you can look and see what the price is, and you can determine if there is a variation there, if it is mispriced. But, I mean, the reason that the long straddle that I have implemented for a year and a half is profitable is because the short straddle is oversold, right? And so you have the majority of participants in the market selling the short straddle, right? And what that does is it drives the price of that straddle down. And so you can go long that straddle for a cheaper price than it should be. Vol just doinked up a bit. So did the price. Get fucked, Dork. 55's a brick wall. If there's a seller and a buyer, it's appropriately priced. That's not true. Some people are willing to sell for less. Get out of here with your efficient market bullshit. Yes, it does. If you have the majority of participants are willing to sell an option for less money than it's worth, and the minority of participants are willing to buy that option at a higher price, you end up with an option that is mispriced. Is there anything more annoying than your YouTuber colleagues who pretend to be chefs? Is the bottom formed when the last seller is found, or just wherever my stop happens to be? Dumpies? We got 8 minutes. Why not? I'm not giving Farmville the Haktua. Nice. Ban me. I mean, if we close under 55, you better get that ready. I hope you're feeling phlegmy. Yeah, the deal wasn't proof or ban. It was just proof. I thought Avis already had to BJ Farmville. Isn't BNet above $2? Goodbye, everyone. Proofer Dan. What's the significance of closing under 55? I don't think there's any particular significance to closing under 55, but there's a lot of puts under 55. So failing 55 would be significant. But I don't think that has anything to do with the close. I feel like most of those puts are going to expire today. Why is GME not at $40 yet? Because it's worth 13 bucks. It's a pretty good argument. What dignity? Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's worth at least $4 billion. Minus forward operational costs for the next 5 years. And revenues, the rate of decline in revenues consistent with the prior 3. Okay, fine. 45 cents. Is the potentially brewing uranium debt crisis also weighing down my uranium positions? Possibly, yeah. Although precious metals should overperform. Steel and uranium could be harder hit. Right, uranium's always being priced on like the potential for increased demand in the future. And if government spending is going to decline, then that could be bearish for uranium in the near term. And most nuclear facilities probably aren't going to be built by private corporations. Why don't bulls just buy all the out of the money calls for like 15 cents a contract? Who said they didn't? Oh, we got 3 more minutes. Dump it. God, Farmville better get ready to get lubed up. The 12 Sigma move into market close confirms my statement that nothing is inappropriately priced. You're a beautiful soul, Popcorn. It'd be really cool if we'd fail the prior all-time high. You're gonna miss me. You're gonna be here. I'm not worried. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I know what you're willing to do. Unless you mod me. Oh, then you can tell your employer that you have other work to do. You can be like, I have work to do, excuse me. Just close your office door. Mod me? That's worth the 2.5 million in seller financing I could forego. How about this? How about you get that 2.5 million in seller financing, become a pontiff, then I'll meet you and see if you're mod worthy. Also, since when did you want to be a mod? You want to turn into Carl? Look what's happened to him since he became a moderator. That sounds like prostitution. Yeah, that is. I'm a whore. Ding ding. The day is done. That was fun. A little couple bips off of my expected closing price, but not bad. And below weekly gamma neutral, which is light bear fun range. Cobra, it's okay. We'll talk to Avivs. Maybe he can get your back. Looked like he was going for that one anyway, so he might be willing to take one for the team. Also, congratulations on your puts. I'll have Farmville reach out to you via DMs. Anyway, yeah, so fell back into trend, but didn't break trend here on ES. We might see continued downside overnight and an uptick in volatility. That's what I'd at least expect as the market maker hedge kind of falls off a bit in this range. And we're seeing most of this downside with a failure in breadth, which is kind of spicy. That's definitely what we want to see on our boy IWM here, which closed once again with charm negative. So that looks good for tomorrow. Commodities up a little bit today. Energy really floating a big chunk of the SPX today. Crude up 1.15%. And we also have a little bit of stuff going on with gold and silver, but not too much. And the dollar was kind of weak today, so I'm surprised we got that much of a drop at all, right? And yields down, not substantially, but down a bit. So we're still getting some of that fucking risk off from Europe. Yeah, so dollar flat, yields pretty flat too. Correlation breaking down pretty rapidly though, right? We got 3-month correlation breaking down at breakneck speeds. And we do have 1-month correlation starting to break down as well. And so the shorter dated dispersion positioning that's propping things up is giving way to a lot of longer term dispersion falling off, which is bearish. That's bearish. Forward yield on volatility, although still very suppressed, is climbing, ending the day at negative 6.5 from the day's low at negative 13. We're definitely getting a little bit of tightening there, but the yield curve isn't inverting too much. It's staying pretty flat. If this also starts to invert and we see a jump in yields, the rate at which the forward convexity of volatility moves positive will increase. And we're not seeing much of a change in total leverage on the Japanese carry trade, although it is still very close to all-time highs. So there may just not be a lot of leverage there, right? Bond volatility still staying elevated, but now 3-month correlation is starting to catch up with it. It wasn't before, but we are starting to see that catch up. Skew still doesn't look like, I mean, this is Friday, but it still doesn't look like there's sufficient tail risk hedging for at least what the market's indicating. This could also be thrown off by excessive amounts of call selling, which we may be seeing above Vega neutral. For participants that understand what the proximity to Vega neutral and Gamma Max means, this presents an excellent opportunity for selling calls out of the money, right? A little bit of breadth did pick up last week on Friday with 55.26% of the S&P trading over its 20-day average. That's definitely gone back down today. We're probably sub 50% once again. I think RSP was only up 8 points today, so very, very small move in RSP, and most of that immediately lost in after hours trading. So we are starting to see a little bit of a failure in breadth, and we also saw Dow and Russell decline today as well. Which, you know, and most of this move to the upside has not been supported by the majority of the S&P 500, right? If you look at like the 493, it's been declining as the market's been rising, which is not a good look. So first day close, and we still have positive correlation on the weekly cash VIX and VIX futures contract in front. This represents a substantial change from the negative correlation that we have had since November. And we should start to see more demand for volatility, which should push this correlation more and more positive. Very exciting stuff. Fed funds futures still pricing in just a little bit over one rate cut for the rest of the year. So no real changes there. I don't think anything that the Fed speakers are saying is really going to change that. It's possible that we see a drop in Fed funds futures, maybe if inflation break-evens rise, or you know, we see an increase in growth, right? So if we're starting, like, PMIs were kind of expanding a bit. The next PMIs are going to be ISM. If we see strength in labor, that bucks the trend of the last 2 months, or strength in inflation, we could see this number drop. Otherwise, it's probably just going to float around here until the next Fed meeting. At which point it will probably continue to float around here, because I highly doubt they're going to actually fucking do anything. And so that's it. I thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Pickles Picks will be out tonight. Enjoy the rest of your day. Later, guys.